to match the
to the high school.
And then lastly,
Yeah, right by Lumberton. She's right by. Okay.
Private club or?
Yeah. So they practice at that athletic hall. Yeah. Every Tuesday and Thursday. No Yeah, I said it's in my car. Well, you're here too.
Okay, let me call the March 19th, 2024 River Trail School District 26 Board of Education meeting to order at 7 o'clock. As a reminder, please turn off or silence all electronic devices. And could you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? There's a flag in the back of the room. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mrs. Johnson, could you please call roll?
Sure. Bianchini,
Here.
Camardo,
Here.
Friedland.
Here.
Grimpy.
Here.
I am here. Pfisterer
Here.
and Ronstadt.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next up is our consent agenda. Looking over the consent agenda, are there any items that a member would like to remove, to further discuss, or needs a question or clarification prior to taking action? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented, which includes the following: Board of Education regular meeting and closed session meeting minutes from February 20th, 2024, the Board of Education special meeting, closed session, and committee of the whole minutes from February 20th, 2024, the personnel report, actual payrolls, bills and checks, travel report, and IIPC agreement, the classification of minutes, and the destruction of tapes.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Friedland, second by Pfisterer. Any comments or questions? Okay, could you please call roll?
Ronstadt,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
Pfisterer.
Yes.
I vote yes. Grimpy
Yes.
and Bianchini.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And as part of our personnel report, this includes the approval of the hiring of Melissa Naples, who will be the assistant principal at Indian Grove. So welcome to the team. Thank you for joining us tonight. And that moves us on to RTEA comments. You have the floor.
Just on behalf of the RTEA, just want to, let you know we appreciate the collaborative work environment with everyone and want to continue that going forward.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Next up is visitors' comments. At this time, I would like to recognize any members of the audience to approach the board with their comment or question by completing a visitor comment card. Please do note that the board and administration typically does not respond, and if you wish for a response, please provide your name and number or email for a member of the board or administration to get back to you. Speakers are encouraged to limit their time. For others to participate, a 3-minute time limit per speaker with an overall 60-minute maximum for visitor comments. Majority of the board can vote to extend the time as deemed appropriate per our current policy. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to board communications. This is an open agenda for all board members. Would anyone like to add anything? Please do.
Sure. We we got to have dinner tonight with Zach Scipione and John Sirocco, and it was awesome. It was really fun, and so it was great to get to just know everybody even better. So really good. And then I'm sure Louis probably wants to say something, but just before, I was going to say we had a bunch of music events. We have a lot of stuff coming up, but there was a second grade music share at Euclid. There was the orchestra concert, and then there was the bucket band performance, and the jump-a-thon, I think, all happened within the time from our last meeting. So lots of very dedicated people, I know. We are a very musical district, and it's really cool. So,
Anybody else? Yeah, please.
So just to expand upon what Janine was saying, the dinner between the board and teachers union reps, I think is going to go a really long way. And I don't remember when it first came up. Maybe it was in August or September.
About right.
But it's a fantastic idea, and I hope that it continues on, beyond even this group of board members and the next set of teacher union representatives. So it's a great initiative that was started, and I got a lot out of it, so I think everybody else will as well. I don't know if it's forbidden or not, but if we could do this with administrators too, then that could also be something to consider. I'd be up for it, but I don't know what the rules are. Lastly, no, not lastly, second thing, one of the best unintentional kept secrets of River Trails School District is the River Trails Education Foundation, and it is a fantastic foundation set up to fund, in part, a lot of field trips and other events for the students, and they do their very best to try and get their name out there, and it just doesn't stick, but we're sticking with it and continuing to move forward and keep funding the foundation, and we have our plant sale coming up on May 11th. Is that right, Jody? If you have any more details to share later on, that'd be great, but just shout out to the River Trails Education Foundation that's been around for 20 years, and it's a great cause for what they've been doing.
Well played. I got a couple. So, and I'm trying to make sure I don't steal Robert's thunder, but I did attend an NSSEO meeting, which I'd never done before, and I'd really encourage everyone to attend if you haven't been to one. They do, which we've heard about before, but until you see it, you really don't understand the impact of it. They do a Shining Star recognition before, and as I mentioned, Robert and his other board members, I can't imagine that not being, not moving people to tears, where they bring either a student or a group of students, and in this case, it was a young girl who 2 years ago could barely spell words using sign language. She's hard of hearing, hearing challenged, and now she's fluent in sign language, and it was great to see her communicate with her teacher, who was, obviously repeating what was going on in the meeting so that she could follow, and then they did a wonderful recognition for her, so that was awesome. So it was my first meeting, but it will not be my last, for sure. And then I went to the NSSEO bingo, which was a blast, as in a lot of people in the room were at, so that was fun. And we also had Pack the Place, and Chrissy didn't break any ankles or anything, Mr. Timmons didn't break anything, so it was, and they beat the students, so it was a successful night all around, So that's what I had. If anybody else wants to add, please do.
Yeah, and thank you, Bill, for your support and coming to the meeting, and yeah, absolutely open that up to all the board members. Feel free to come by. It's really, it's some of it's boring board business, but there's very much some exciting highlights that the stuff they're doing over there is really kind of next level. And then, yes, also did attend the NSSEO bingo night. I don't have numbers yet, but that's the NSSEO Foundation, the sister foundation to the River Trails Educational Foundation. And it was a great event, got good attendance. And then personally, I am really excited about on Wednesday night or tomorrow night is the Shrek musical, and I am stoked. I know Mr. Flowers and the students have been working really hard at it, and I am really excited.
Mrs. Boykins.
And Mrs. Boykins and Mrs. Steigerwalt. So all of the support staff and Mr. Flowers, yes.
Anybody else? Great recap, though, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out specifically to our music program. I too was able to attend the orchestra band concert, and I was not aware that we did so well at the state band competition that we had almost every student. It was every student had actually won a specific award for their musical accomplishment, which was just remarkable. So looking forward to the Disney trip that is coming up with all of those wonderful musical students, and just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Smith and Mr. Flowers and Mr. Luke for all of the amazing work they did, because the concerts were fantastic, and just seeing the kids, how much they've come so far, has made all of the drumming in my basement well worthwhile.
All right, next up is the district recognition, and this month we are doing our food service staff. Lyndall, you have the floor. Sorry, Dr. Schuster. You have the floor.
I go by Lyndall. So this is actually, food service is my favorite part of my job, and recognizing them is one of the most special things I get to do. So I'm going to start there. We have, and I'd like you to, if you could get up, maybe come join me when I say your name. Kelly Diaz is our food service director. It's unbelievable that this is only her second year, and you'll hear about some of the changes she's made, and it's just incredible. We have Karen Starkman and Colleen Holden here with us. Colleen is over at Prairie Trails, but she also does the breakfast for the kitchen. And Karen is indispensable in the kitchen, and they've been such a great team for Kelly and supportive with her for all the things that she's been doing. Not here are, and I should have changed this, right? That was Kelly. I'll give you a minute. That was Kelly. Here's the rest of the staff. Over at Euclid, we have Rebecca Semku. Yeah, you can come out and look at it. No, come out and look at it. You can stand right out here. At Indian Grove is Elizabeth Svek. And then over at the middle school in the kitchen with Karen are Maria Chopin, Uma Vegesna, Sandra Glorzi, and Liliana Trujillo. And they have all been doing a fabulous job. Well, maybe. Okay, so Kelly has a vision for food service at River Trails, and I think first and foremost, it's about nutrition. She wants to serve our students the best nutrition that she's capable of within the constraints she's given here at the school district. But she's also focused on being community-centered, serving as many students as possible, especially those that are in need, and also being culturally responsive to our very diverse community that we have here. In addition, she wants the program to be sustainable, and that means both financially and environmentally. So her revenues do have to cover her expenses, but on the sustainable end, it covers locally grown foods that limit the environmental impact because they don't have to travel so far, and they're produced in environmentally friendly ways. She has many made-from-scratch items, and she wants to make sure that the students will actually eat the food and enjoy it. So a little bit more about that, starting with the community-centered part. As I said, there are many culturally diverse items on the menu now, blended with some of the most familiar foods so the kids will try it and start to get used to it. She's involved students. There are student advisory groups at all the schools, 2 students per grade. They help her out with taste testing and future menu items. She's introduced a Harvest of the Month based on the Illinois Farm to Table. This fall, you could have seen kids shucking corn. You'll see them in that picture there. They also participated in a great apple crunch. And the month of March is...
Right now we're featuring lettuces.
Lettuces. Okay, I knew it was peas in February. She had a teacher recipe contest. She's got a new local vendor bringing us a lot of good produce. And then she's been really good at communicating with our families and with the community at large about some of the programs that she's introduced. When it comes to sustainable, as I said, that is both environmentally and financially. So there has been some food taken from the middle school greenhouse, and she's made pesto. She's grown lettuces and gotten quite a bit from local vendors. Being financially sound, she actually, you see that mixer there? How old is that? 50, 60 years?
It had been out of commission for 25 years.
So we think maybe it's 50 years old, and she was able to refurbish it and is using it, and you can go taste tonight the mashed potatoes that she put through that mixer, and the biscuits, and they were both made with that mixer. She refurbished a deli slicer, and then through the USDA Healthy Meals Incentive Grant, she was able to get a new tilt skillet, which she can do all kinds of new scratch foods with. You see some, I think it's ground beef there in that picture. And she's gone after a couple grants. The USDA Healthy Meals Incentive Grant was over $60,000, and then a local Foods for Schools funding and a couple smaller grants. If you go into the cafeteria, you will see the live plants on the wall. That's thanks to Kelly making those, and Uma, I believe, takes charge of those. Then, when it comes to nutrition, the priorities are to be plant forward, which means more fruits and vegetables, to improve the ingredient quality, again, to make some homemade items using that bulk equipment. Some of the homemade items, which, as I said, some of these are there for you to try out. So make sure you try them. Breakfast, there are now granola bars, blueberry muffins, oatmeal, cinnamon apple overnight oats. For lunch, and these are there, the mashed potatoes and the cheddar biscuit. There's also chicken tinga, beef goulash, a blueberry sauce, harvest chicken stew, vegetable fried rice, and more, and even more. So I'd like to say thank you. First, to Kelly for her vision and implementation of the vision, to the team for their change and being able to change and being willing to change and try new things. That's always tough, and to work together as a team. And then also awesomely for feeding our students every day, because that is extremely important to their education. So we really appreciate all you do and what you've brought to our district. So thank you so much. And please, I'm going to try some of the things that we brought from the cafeteria here, too.
Yeah, we're going to, go ahead.
I was just gonna, I want to add a couple of things. I actually was just at a superintendent meeting today, and it's not the first time that a local superintendent is asking the team who they use for food service. So food service in a district, I think, is a really complex, really hard contract to have, the whole thing is difficult. And I know when Lyndall said that we were going to run our own food service a couple years ago, I was very nervous. I wasn't sitting in this seat, so I was kind of like, okay, Lyndall, go for it. But I think that, we have been so blessed with everything that has come about and been accomplished in the last year and a half. We have the facilities, like a lot of other school districts, to have our own food service, but a lot of them don't tackle this project because they're scared to. It's a big taking on. So thank you, Kelly, for everything that you've done in the transition. And ladies, Karen never stops moving here at the middle school. She is everywhere. She's the anchor of the kitchen here. And Colleen used to be here, and now she's at Prairie Trails, and greeting the little chipmunks every single day with a smile. And she's the only one there. So when you're working solo, sometimes that's a lot, but you don't have a team to rely on. So super happy you guys were here tonight. You guys are all amazing. Thanks for everything.
All right, we're going to take about a 10-minute break to enjoy some of the goodies that are here. So please give it a shot and try it out. That's more important for right now for high school. The amount of money she's as I go to McDonald's for my surgery.
Right, look at what's sitting in front of you.
All right, are we ready? Everybody back? All right, holding on. All right, next up is new business, education services. And Carrie, you are up first.
Okay. So every year at the start of the year, we have mandated trainings that all staff needs to do. This year, the state has added trauma-informed care as a mandated training for the board. So I'm going to do like a snippet of some information for you, and at the end, there'll be some time for questions. So this is the organization of the information that I'll be presenting to you. We'll talk a little bit about the purpose, a definition, what is trauma, some background on it of how it can impact students, and then I'm going to get into what it looks like here as far as best practices, what we do to support students who may have experienced trauma, tiers of SEL, social emotional learning, that we use as supports for students, and then talk about next steps as far as continuing to layer in some supports for students in the upcoming years. So the purpose, good. Two purposes. One, to provide an understanding of trauma and the possible effects it may have on students. And secondly, to highlight the current trauma-informed practices that we have in place, as well as next steps to continue to provide a trauma-informed approach. So what is trauma? I hope you can see this. If you just take a look at this list and kind of think to yourself, any of these types of events that you may have experienced and the feelings that it may have had as an impact on you. And then the connection that when a student walks into the building or a classroom, we really don't know what they're dealing with. And any of these types of events that may have an impact on us, just as an example of anything that they might be dealing with, that we really can't uncover or tell by looking at them. So that was the point. Definition of trauma. It can really result from any event or a series of events or circumstances that a student can experience physically, emotionally harmful, or life-threatening, and has a lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning and mental, physical, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being. A moderate challenge for a typical child may be a huge challenge for any child that experienced any level of trauma. This really, it was kind of tricky to pick out the most important parts that I wanted to be able to present. This is a really brief training. There's trainings that go on for days and days on trauma. So I really picked out bits and pieces that I thought were most applicable to what we do on a day-to-day basis and what's most important to consider when we're interacting day by day with students, but also with each other, with staff. We just don't know what people are going through. So with that in mind, a really brief 101 trauma on how it can impact the nervous system. The main point of this being we have two reactions to trauma. One being kind of that fight or flight reaction, that survival instinct that we may have, and the other one really having the opposite impact where we just freeze. And the same impact would have on students as well. So important for us all to keep in mind that when we're overstressed, we don't have access to our higher brain functions. How that would impact learning is students who are either in either one of these wouldn't be able to access the thought process, the planning, the executive functioning to take in information and learn it. Prolonged periods of time where the sympathetic nervous system is activated can cause long-term effects both mentally and physically. And it's important to note that although students might not have been directly involved in a traumatic event, even witnessing it can have similar impact on them. This is showing the 3 different responses to trauma. The hyper, again, the fight or flight, that shutdown that we saw in the other one, and then the balance, when we're balanced in the middle, that window of tolerance where we're connected and feeling safe. So when a child grows up with chaos or violence, they perceive that state of hyperarousal as normal, baseline. In one of the studies I read with the students who were in Waco, Texas, years ago in the 90s, they would take the heart rate of students, of children, young children who were sleeping. And the way that the doctor was able to work with the students and help them through what they were going through is they took their heart rate, and even at a sleeping rate, their heart rate was through the roof. Signs of trauma. Typical brain will fear anxiety or fear for a short period of time during an event, but someone in hyperarousal lives with that persistent fear. Students within the hyper or hypoarousal state are easily triggered, and some students are always in that state. Effects of trauma. Children's developing brains are vulnerable to the effects of trauma. Prolonged stress due to what we call ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences, can affect attention, decision-making, learning, and tolerance for stress. The study that was used that came up with this years ago in the healthcare system linked abuse or neglect in children to high physical and mental health risks as adults. So these impacts can be lifelong. Continued exposure to ACEs can cause mental health issues, including or not limited to those listed here. The more our stress response system is activated in uncontrollable ways, the less able we are to handle even small amounts of stress. So this is where so many of our social emotional support is on helping students to label a problem, to determine, distinguish between a small problem and a big problem. Students who are living in this type of environment have a true difficulty determining what's a big problem because everything feels like a big problem. So where we might say you're overreacting, that isn't such a big deal. Everything is because they're in that constant state. Their baseline is lower, and they'll become stressed much quicker. I know you can't see all of this in detail, but the point of this slide is that these are the pillars that we align with a trauma-informed approach based on our true belief system. So we need to believe that we are there to support all students regardless of whether or not we know what they've gone through. This approach is applied regardless of what we know about the student or what behaviors they're demonstrating in order to provide heart-ready learning environments for all of our students. Restorative practices are really the belief system that before students walk through our doors, we have systems in place to support their needs, both from preventative all the way through to responsive. Having a strong Tier 1 social-emotional curriculum is so important to teach the social-emotional skills to all students in order to have a positive impact on their mental health. Trauma-sensitive focus on education fosters a school climate where students feel safe and confident in their ability to learn, can differentiate between trauma-induced behavior and appropriate behavior, and connect with adults and peers in a positive manner, which is our goal for all students. So in order to learn and plan, you need to be calm. Feeling connected to others is a fundamental need. We feel safe when we're with kind, familiar people. The most at-risk children are often feeling disconnected. So it's important for us to reestablish connections in order to buffer the effects of trauma. Examples of restorative practice and what we have in place. Meeting children where they are. Just because a student's in 6th grade doesn't mean that they're functioning mentally, social, emotionally at a 6th grade level. We need to meet them where they are, have a baseline of that, and then be able to support them, as well as being able to modify expectations for them. Understand that students want to do well, always expecting them to have that positive intent, and staff as well, providing manageable expectations with multiple opportunities to succeed, and then providing a safe and caring environment for students across our learning environment. So supporting students from the minute they walk in the door, also knowing them well to know what their triggers may be. How they perceive interactions and interpret danger might be different than what we would expect or experience ourselves. Showing compassion and care rather than judgment, not assuming noncompliance or their intentional behavior, but truly understanding what they're thinking and feeling. Providing safe spaces where students feel heard and valued, and supporting development of a growth mindset. So now going to river trails and things that we have in place to support social emotional learning. Tier 1, second step. So last year, and I'll talk about this more when I come right back up here, but last year we had a social emotional audit and pulled together a team across the district to really look at what are our current practices for social emotional learning and what do we need to do in order to be able to come to you, which I'll do soon, with a recommendation for a curriculum across the district. So this year, we have piloted second step at the elementary. We had second step before, but they have updated it. And so we've been piloting the updated second step at the elementary level, and then Rethink Ed during advisory for the middle school as a Tier 1 curriculum. Tier 2, what we have in place right now, includes classroom interventions. We look at kid day, student profiles, team meetings, and check in with adults to determine who may be struggling in different areas and how can we support them. Tier 3 looks like small group interventions based on specific skills and interventions being offered. And then Tier 4 is how we support students on the special education continuum through IEP supports, direct instruction in social skills aligned with our goal areas. We use data collection, including panorama surveys twice a year, teacher-student input, discipline logs, nurse visits, attendance, crisis calls, social emotional exit slips, observations, and parent communication. The importance of appropriate staffing, it's so important to make sure that we are supporting all social emotional needs. This is an example of what we've been using through that pilot program, second step, the updated second step, kindergarten through 5th grade, and Rethink Ed as a core Tier 1 curriculum for the middle school. The SEL audit team identified criteria for the SEL pilot provided within Tier 1 environment for all students. Both of these programs meet criteria. We've collected input from teachers throughout the year who are piloting, and extra teachers. At the middle school, all teachers are using it. At the elementary, we asked for volunteers, and as they were hearing the feedback from their colleagues, they asked to be included in the pilot. So we've received really good positive feedback from them, and I'll be right back, recommending both of these for adoption for next school year. So those curriculums are Tier 1 for all students. I alluded to the interventions that we provide through Tier 2, Tier 3. We do follow a social-emotional MTSS process to provide those interventions. Within that process, teams are highly collaborative. We align interventions to specific skills. We are working on determining entrance and exit criteria for those interventions, as well as progress monitoring data. So those are kind of next steps, things in process right now. Multi-tiered.
Right, yeah, just for anybody who doesn't know.
The multi-tiered systems of supporting students' needs. Panorama is the screener, the universal screener that all students and all staff complete twice a year. So we're working on that. We have used the same surveys the past couple years. We switched the staff one this past fall to add in some equity pieces. We received some feedback about some suggestions from staff and from students, and we're working on updating the surveys that we're going to do, the topics that we're sending out through that for the spring. Questions? It's a lot.
And tonight it's not an action item, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to fire away.
I do. It's not a question. It's good presentation.
Thank you.
I like it. I read through it. I even went on the internet to look at what Rethink Ed is, and I know what Second Step is already, but Rethink Ed was new to me. But when I want to add that I've said this before, but I'll say it again. When I went to the IASB conference in November, I attended a trauma-based session. And the two takeaways, I mean, they kind of went through all of this. They talked about the doctor at Waco. But the two things that have stuck with me are when a child is misbehaving in a classroom, you're not to ask, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? The question is, tell me what happened. What's happened? What's going on in your life? The other thing that stuck with me is, and I just used the word misbehavior, strike it from your vocabulary. It's not misbehavior, it's trauma behavior. No child misbehaves because they want to. It's because of trauma. And so this feeds right with it. I'm glad you did this because now my cohorts here get to see some of what I saw at the conference. And very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'll say that it's really impressive what the schools, what our schools do for kids in this realm. You know, it's such a, not to date myself, but so different than it was when I went to school that, you know, things are really, you know, taken into account, and students are you know, just like what Donna said, you know, it's such a cultural shift that has occurred, and I think that the team here does a masterful job of implementing it and putting it to practice for what it's intended, which is to help every kid to be their best self and to learn to you know, regulate themselves and get into a good position to learn. So thank you for all that you do and your staff.
Thank you.
Anybody else? So just kind of housekeeping questions. So the board has to be trained. Does this qualify as training, or is this like an intro to training?
We'll call this an intro to training, and next year we'll talk about what it looks like. But at least you've got the preliminary pieces of it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next up is the curriculum cycle updates. Christy, you are up.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to briefly just give a overview of some of the work that we've been doing in my department and Carrie's department over the course of this year, and what that's forecasting to look like over the course of the next several years. As you're aware, there is a 5-year curriculum cycle that we have in place in order to closely monitor our curriculum materials and our practices to make sure that we're remaining current, remaining innovative, and putting the best materials and the best instructional methods in front of our students at all times. As we also know, change is something that can be very difficult. We spoke about that a little bit with just rebuilding our food system over the course of the last several years. And so we want to make sure that we're balancing innovation with our teachers' ability to be able to manage the amount of change that we're putting in front of them. So that is why we like to closely monitor our curriculum cycle over the course of several years to make sure that we are not moving too quickly, but also not falling behind. So just to give some updates on 23-24's progress and achievements. As Carrie just spoke about, we've been doing a lot of work in the area of social and emotional learning. She's going to come back up here in just a few minutes to present her recommendation for some materials adoptions to the board for hopeful approval next month. In the area of middle school math, we have also been doing a curriculum review, as you know, and you voted for last year to renew our elementary math materials. We are doing something similar right now in the middle school. We have narrowed down to 2 curricular resources that we're looking very closely at. I hope to come to you next month with a recommendation for the middle school. In the area of middle school encore classes, so this is our FACS programming, our coding classes, our robotics, our STEM classes, we have been working together as a concerted group to really look at what are our guiding purposes of all of those classes. And we've really been working on how all of the encore programming supports the development of our students' skills in the area of what we call the 4 C's: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And so that team has been working together this year to develop, in a sense, a continuum of those skills for a middle school student and how they can all work together throughout those programs to make sure that we're helping our students grow in all of those areas, as we know how important they are for success in life beyond middle school. In physical education, Mr. Scipione is here with me this evening. We've been working again with our entire physical education team in order to really reset our beliefs and values about our programming in physical education. What do we want to make sure that we put in front of our students, and how do we want to stay connected across buildings to make sure that our students are having equitable experiences. And it was interesting in working with the PE team. We really reflected heavily one day and came back and really looked at what were our big goals. And it was really similar to our encore programming of, we want to create students who know how to work as a team. We want to create students who know how to overcome a challenge. It's not so much about the individual physical skills as it is about being able to endure and overcome challenges each and every day. So we are working on that in PE, and we should be wrapping up that work by the end of the year. And then the last thing we've been working hard on this year, and we talked a little bit about last month when we were at Indian Grove, is our middle school Spanish curriculum, the materials that we're using, and the timeline of how we're introducing Spanish to our students. And thank you for approving that position this evening in the consent agenda to expand our language programming into 6th grade. So that's some of the work that has happened this year. We have made some adjustments to our timeline that was presented to you last year in order to make sure we were meeting the needs of our teachers and our students. One of those adjustments was in that area of PE. This was not an area that was originally focused for this year. However, the team sat down on the first day of school and set some really auspicious goals for themselves this year, and we wanted to make sure that everybody was in alignment. So we went ahead and we pushed them forward to do their work this year to make sure that we were meeting the needs of our teachers and our students. Expanding the Spanish program was not something that was necessarily in the forefront of our minds last spring. However, when we were articulating with our high school and really hearing how our students were doing, we really realized that need, which is what pushed that forward this year. We also have a very beloved and fantastic Spanish teacher who is getting closer to retiring, and we know that we need to sustain our Spanish system. So we needed a couple years to have her expertise while she was still here on our staff to help get that movement in motion. Our encore programs, several of them were up for review this year, and they all really wanted to jump on board. So that is where we brought the entire encore team together versus just a small segment of them. And last but not least, one thing we have postponed for the time being is our social studies audit. And we're really looking at, we had to do some prioritization with math and ELA curricula and looking at that balance of what our teachers could handle in one given year. We have decided to take a step back on social studies studies this year and try to align our middle school and elementary social studies adoptions in the same year. So those were our adjustments for this year. What budget implications might this present to the board? We have many cost-neutral audits happening this year. So the work in PE, the work in Encore, all of that is really just resetting our beliefs and values, reprioritizing our standards, and they really do not come at a cost to the district. The adoption of SEL materials, Spanish materials, and math materials are those that you will hear, if not today, in the very near future, and all of these costs will be factored into the 24-25 budgets for student services and teaching and learning. Any questions on the revised curriculum review cycle or any of the updates?
And this is also just for information only, so
Correct.
feel free to fire away.
Just a comment, I was thrilled reading through this to see the expansion of Spanish into 6th grade. Been wanting to see that for a while, and I think that's been in the works, but to see it come through for next year, I'm super excited about.
Yeah, we are too. Thank you.
Yes, that's great.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much.
I will be back soon. Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Carrie for a minute.
So just to give you a little background, I already spoke to some detail on this, but prior to this year, at the elementary level, talking kindergarten through 5th grade, SEL was presented through morning meeting, and they have an SEL time, both at Prairie Trails, Euclid, and Indian Grove, using the second step programming that was published in the early 2000s. So it had manipulatives, it had puppets, it had kits, but it was, the videos being shown were, I would say, outdated. It was hard to keep students engaged in some of those lessons, and so we wanted to take a look at the updated curriculum for them. Additionally, at the middle school, they have advisory time every day, 15 minutes. It's truly a gift that we're able to keep that in the schedule this way, dedicated to social emotional learning. The social workers, prior to this year, were completely responsible for the day-to-day planning and sending out the lessons. So they created everything. They did not have a core or a resource to use for this. It was something that it was homegrown. It was all based on CASEL competencies and standards, but it was incredibly time intensive, the amount of time, effort, and work they were putting into creating daily lessons for every grade level for the whole building. So in meeting with them and talking about sustainability and what are we going to be able to do, they were definitely open to exploring options. So we created this SEL audit curriculum team that included elementary and middle school teachers, social workers, psychologists from each building, and an assistant principal. The audit team came up with a vision statement based on really what's the outcome for this work. And the statement was equipping staff and families with the resources so that students throughout their school day and beyond have the ability to generalize and implement strategies to demonstrate self-awareness, self-regulation, social awareness, responsible decision-making, and relationship skills in alignment with the district vision that all students are heart and life ready. And we truly use that vision statement as a criteria then to determine what do we want in these curriculums that we're going to potentially pilot. The audit team determined the criteria for the pilot programs to include they needed to be CASEL aligned, which means they were standards based. The skills that they put in that vision statement are CASEL competencies. So those are the outcomes we hope that our students have. They wanted a clear scope and sequence, opportunities for data collection, ease of use for staff, interactive, a strong home and family connection, and aligned to our vision statement. So we were able to narrow it down, and then we piloted second step, K-5. Again, I mentioned earlier, they were volunteers at the beginning, but we did have a really good turnout of students, of staff who wanted to dive into it and use it. And then at the middle school, all staff are using it in advisory. So my proposal, based on the positive feedback the teams met throughout the year, and we sent out surveys to keep collecting information. Additionally, social work teams, social workers and psychologists at the building level, on the Thursdays where we had the late starts, they would pop in, ask for question and answer sessions, training sessions, anything that teachers needed across the district to make sure that staff felt supported and were able to give their feedback. So I'm coming to you now proposing that we adopt second step, K-5, and Rethink Ed for the middle school moving forward. The budgets for both of these, I'm recommending that we buy 3-year licenses because we were able to get really good discounts, basically 1 year free for both programs by doing 3-year adoptions. And I would be including the cost of both of these programs in my IDEA grant. So that's my recommendation.
This is not an action item tonight, though.
No, it's information.
Okay. Will this be in the consent agenda for next month?
Next time.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah. When I went online and looked up Rethink Ed, there's a lot of data that they collect. What happens to that data? Where is it kept? Is it kept by Rethink, or is it kept with us?
So right now, we've used a couple of their surveys and their exit slips, but we're not really tapping into their data. So they have various levels of data. They've got surveys across the board that we can use, exit slips, all sorts of different data. We haven't dived into how we're going to use it and what pieces of data we're going to use, but I can make sure that we have the answer for that as far as where the data is kept. From what I can see, it's ours. It's similar to Panorama, where that's our data, we're able to see it, and we can determine who has access to it within the district.
Okay, and does this program then fall under that technology?
The SOPA, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you will be protecting our students and not having information just being out
Yes.
there? Okay.
Yeah. The one piece of second step, it doesn't have that piece, so we're working on a summer project potentially to create how we're going to be collecting data for that. We'll still be using Panorama, but one of the benefits of Rethink is the amount of data we could be using to really get a spot check for interventions on how kids
Oh,
are
yeah,
doing.
there's a lot of data. I
Yeah.
was just amazed and a little, as a parent, I would be a little peeved that you were dinging, seriously. That's why I'm asking where the data is.
And we'll
Where-
be very strategic in how much we're using.
Okay.
It's really more to see, okay, here's the standards, here's the CASEL competencies, who's doing what, where are we as like a pulse of the building? What standards do we need to go deeper in to be able to reinforce those skills?
And just to piggyback off of her, just because I looked it up too, because I wasn't familiar with it, and I always love learning. But some of those pieces, when you're looking for the data collection, those can be used strategically, or correct me if I'm wrong, strategically once we identify certain populations
Yep.
to then kind of further dive deep into, okay.
What we need, yeah.
Right, into what type of intervention piece. And then I guess my question, so on the second step, and I know you talked about the videos being outdated and kind of hard to connect with and engage with, is any of the other curriculum changing, like a lot of the paperwork and booklets? And I'm so sorry if I missed this.
So it's all digital now. We can use some hard copies if we want to. Like the puppets and the kits are obsolete. If teachers want to bring any of that back in, they can. It's not part of the scope and sequence at this time. The videos now, like when we go into a classroom, the kids are engaged. They're into it. The lessons, they're meant to be whole group to really engage students in conversation, role play. So it's really not meant to be like hard copy books, worksheets, anything like that. It's really meant to be discussion-based and engaging.
Sorry, I didn't mean like physical. Sorry, that was my bad for wording it the way that I did. But I was just curious if those lesson plans are changing as well. They're just going to coordinate with the videos now that are also more.
Everything's been updated.
Okay,
So
but the majority of the topics are.
The topics are similar.
Just
the CASEL
updated.
yes, it's
Okay.
all just updated.
Okay, awesome.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Last piece on curriculum for this evening is looking at a recommendation for new materials to support the expansion of our Spanish language program. In the memo that I prepared for the board, I am recommending the approval, and this for information tonight, to be on the consent agenda next month, the approval of a 3-year contract with CLET World Languages. CLET is the publisher who is responsible for publishing the Reporteros 1 curriculum that we have audited, that we have looked at, and that we feel would be a very good fit for our middle school 3-year scope and sequence. In order to audit this curriculum, we had an overwhelmingly positive response from our team of our Spanish language teachers, administrators at the building, myself, sitting down with the publisher to review all the pieces of the curriculum. This curriculum was recently adopted by District 214. I believe it was an 8-year curriculum adoption that they just closed last year. So this will be their Spanish 1, Spanish 2, Spanish 3 curriculum materials that they will be using over the course of the next several years. That was very important to us, as our goal is to make sure that we are sending our students to high school prepared to go into language level 2, so that second year of Spanish as they go in as freshmen. Unlike ELA and math, there is no entry criteria for students moving into a second level language. They are typically placed there, so we want to make sure that they are absolutely prepared and ready when they get to the high school. We found the materials to be extremely engaging, flexible, aligned to standards, and very much in alignment with the way our teachers were teaching Spanish at River Trails. We are looking at purchasing 90 textbooks to have in the classroom. These would not be textbooks that would travel with the students. They would have digital access to all of their materials, but we would have one class set in every Spanish classroom to be used in the classroom as needed. CLET has agreed to give us complimentary teacher resources, both in print and online, and by committing to a 3-year contract, we are essentially saving roughly $7,500 over the course of the 3-year period. Looking at the fact that truly implementing new curriculum materials takes anywhere from 2 to 5 years, we do feel moving into a 3-year contract is best for our teachers and our students. So next month in the consent agenda, I will be asking the board to approve a purchase of materials at $59,187.90 for a 3-year contract with CLET World Languages.
I just have one. This is a reiteration. You've kind of mentioned this before, but I just want to make sure this is blatantly obvious. This is supported by the Hersey program. This will support our kids as they transition into high school. They'll have no problem, hopefully, going from our middle school Spanish program to the high school Spanish program, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do we know, oops, sorry. Do we know if it's the same at Maine?
I have not connected with Maine, and I can do that. I'm not exactly sure on what exactly they use for Spanish language, but I am highly confident in these materials fulfilling the needs of a level 1 Spanish student. We will be breaking the materials over the course of 3 years, so we will be going deeper and a little bit slower than they would be in high school, but obviously being the first year of a language, we want to make sure that we are really solidifying those skills.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Great question, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I just have one more. So the 2 line items, and I am sorry, this is my fault for not submitting
No,
this.
that's okay.
I thought I hit send, and I definitely did not. The 2 line item, like, so the second and the third line item that have the same, ISBN number, so the ISB number, are those is there a reason why they're listed
So
separately?
basically, they bundled the textbook and the hub for the 90. So when you're looking at the
Okay,
two
because
first
of the 90, like-
ISBNs, that's why they broke it apart, because in those first, so the textbook 90, that first line, and then the 12-month Spanish hub for students 90, those 2 are a bundle. So that's why they broke it apart that way.
Okay.
Then they added on the additional licenses, the 960. When you put those 2 together, that's where you get the 1,050, which will be enough licenses for us for 3 years' time.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know, it took me a while, too. It's very confusing.
Any other questions? Please.
The one in the board books shows 3 teachers additions and then 9. Is it supposed to be 3 and 3?
No, it's 3 years. Because they're
Okay,
digital
got it.
licenses, it's just the multiple.
Got it. Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is business services. First thing that is up is architect fees. This is an action item. Lyndall, you have the floor.
Okay, we have been talking about our construction projects for quite a while. We started with approval in October 2022 and again in July of 2023. We've actually accomplished the roof at Euclid and starting on the infrastructure, and we're starting on the roof at Indian Grove. The board has approved architect fees through 100% construction documents for both Euclid and Indian Grove. As I said, we're already into what they call bid negotiation and contract administration for both of these schools, so we are recommending we approve the remaining architect fees, which would be a total of $578,865.
Okay, let me entertain a motion in a second to approve the total remaining architect fees not to exceed $578,865.
Moved.
Moved by Bianchini,
Second.
second by Friedland. Any comments or questions?
I think explanation, for lack of understanding. So the architect fees, it's a percentage based upon a project value up to just under 15 million, right? As it said here, so.
Yes.
But isn't this project over 15 million?
Well, it's
So
the
is
construction
it-
part of it, and it also goes back to when we first started the projects.
I don't think I understand.
The architect fees are estimated with the first estimates for the projects. So it was 8.25% of that.
Okay. So even though it went over that, well, I guess I'm just asking maybe to you guys,
Yeah.
if the project was originally estimated at 20 million, would the fees have been lower?
The percent
So
would have, the
8%
percent
on
would have
20
been
million
lower.
instead of
Yes, I
8.
believe it's 8% on 20 million.
So are we at that 20 million though?
8% of the 20 million would be more than what we're asking, what we've agreed to here.
But it's, okay, so it's fixed at this.
It was fixed at that, yes.
Okay. I thought it was variable, just anywhere up to that amount. And that if it went over, then that percentage was applied to that new variable. Okay. So I thought it was a clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Mrs. Johnson, could you please call roll?
Grimpy,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
I vote yes. Pfisterer,
Yes.
Bianchini,
Yes.
and Ronstadt.
Yes.
Oh, Friedland,
Yes.
sorry. We have it passed.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
There we go. Okay, next up is a review of the staffing plans for the 2024-2025 school year. This is an information item only.
I believe it's an action item.
No, it says information. Information. Staffing memo, enrollment by section. What are you?
Yes, that's where I'm at.
Okay, well,
This one? Yeah?
Yeah.
No, there's no recommendation in here, no?
Okay.
Nope.
Is that
Okay,
Does
well,
that-
I'll go through it and then,
do it as a consent agenda.
okay. Okay.
Will that be?
Yeah, but does that work for the timeline?
We were hoping to start hiring tomorrow. Is in the main agenda that was posted, did it say action?
No.
No? Oh, okay. The version I looked at said action.
So we need staffing information.
Could we do a kind of consensus vote and then put it in the consent agenda?
You can't.
I don't
No.
think so. I think you have to,
Agenda.
That's what I'm
It's
thinking.
got to be 24 hours.
Yeah.
do it for information only, and we'll have to put it in the consent agenda, unfortunately.
Okay, so I'll go through it now. The district staff and the principals have reviewed the staffing plans, and they are recommending some changes to it. At this point, we are recommending to be down 2 staff at Euclid, the 2nd and 5th grade, for enrollment, and 1 staff at the middle school for enrollment. We are closely monitoring the Euclid 3rd grade, which is very close to needing another teacher. And then the kindergarten numbers, we're currently at 99, but we normally get quite a few students coming in before the start of school, so we're not recommending that we decrease a staff there at this point. On the programmatic end, we are recommending that we don't continue with the district multilingual teacher because of enrollment. We don't have the numbers for the multilingual, but we'll continue to monitor those closely. We might come back if we get more students coming in. But we are recommending the addition of a Spanish world language teacher and a speech language pathologist. The Spanish you've heard about is because we'd like to offer Spanish to the 6th grade, so the students will be prepared when they go to high school and be able to go comfortably into level 2. And then the speech language, we have self-contained classes at all of our schools now, special ed students that need extra speech and language services. So we would like to, be able to handle all of those students. This would be a district position for where we need it at each of the schools. Those programs really do have significant language needs, besides what their social, emotional, and academic needs. Also, our NSSEO is no longer supporting our adaptive technology, so this would be added to the speech pathologist. And there was also assistive technology that we were buying from NSSEO, which cost us about $15,000. So that will offset some of the cost for this added speech pathologist.
Any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, we will act on this in the consent agenda for our next meeting. Next up is committee reports. Operations Committee. Mr. Ronstadt, you are our chair.
All right, thank you. Yes, we met on Tuesday and had I think, a good constructive meeting, no pun intended. Couple things. I want to thank Dr. Megerly for putting together a construction timeline. We're definitely, I think, taking some, not in a negative way, but taking some lessons learned about Euclid and moving them forward into improving some of the communication around the implementation of the IG work that we're talking about here. So there is a nice timeline and calendar here. Encourage everybody to look that over. I think that, I do want to talk at some point about getting, understanding where the operations committees meet in, and also, maybe work with Bill here to make sure we're getting finance committee in on certain steps. Also talk to Dr. Megerly a little bit more on the finance side about, helping build some tools so we can see progress towards, what we targeted from a budget standpoint, because through the architectural plans, the budget changes, right? So, you think a project's going to cost X, and then you do the drawings up to a point, and you get a little bit more of a refined cost in there. There's also things that happen. So, helping us to understand what we're kind of initially approving, where there's variances, what the deltas are, the changes. Happy to say that already, with some of that information, seeing it trending certainly in the right direction. But, we've also had some conversations about accuracy of budget. So, just having, it's great to always be under budget, but, just trying to, really get a good handle both on operationally where we're going on things, but also just financially what we're targeting to spend and what we're actually spending. Yeah, and then next, any questions on the construction timeline, or does any administrators want to talk to that? Okay, all right. And then next up was an action item for Euclid furniture proposal. I think,
Yeah, let me entertain a motion and a second to approve the Euclid furniture proposal at a cost not to exceed $500,000 for furniture and $115,000 for freight and installation.
motion.
Second?
Moved by Ronstadt, second by Bianchini. And just go ahead and cover the details.
Yeah, so I can say that the administration presented to us their overall plan. I was, I think that, we obviously want to have nice things, but we want to have budget-friendly things. And also, we talk a lot about sustainability here and reusing equipment where applicable, or furniture in this case. And I'm happy to say that I think there's a really good balance here of purchasing good quality furniture that's going to last the wear and tear of the students. Sounds like there's a very extremely detailed plan in place to reutilize furniture wherever possible, but also make our schools look nice and function well. Anything you want to add to that?
I think it's also geared for student engagement and for instruction too, so that they can do small groups or individuals.
Did you say destruction or instruction?
Instruction.
Okay. Just want to clarify, but a little bit of both, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For destruction, that would be the quality of the units. And then because we're taking out all of the univents and those shelves there is storage space, but the storage is mobile so that it's more adaptable to the learning environment.
Okay.
Wait.
Go ahead.
I have a question. I attended the meeting, and I thought, let me make sure. When you showed us these pictures, we were told that these half-round things here, you're getting rid of these?
No, we're
What were you
doing,
getting
we
rid
were,
I think it may have been a debate on the whole roundtables, because those
And
take
to-
up a lot of room.
Yeah, and to clarify, I think what we're approving here specifically is a dollar amount to spend.
Correct.
There is the staff is still working to fine tune exact quantities, and apparently that
Right.
is changing on a pretty frequent basis here.
But this was attached to it.
yes, and that
That is
has
a
changed.
sample.
And the pictures are attached, so I want to make sure that the money we're spending, what are we getting rid of?
In the fourth and fifth grade classrooms, these wave tables are being replaced with flip tables. We did
Okay.
a survey of the teachers, and they do like those. It was the semi-rounds that split up, these. And they like those. They want to keep those in the plan.
Got it.
We wanted to see what they would prefer, but they do prefer that. But we're reusing some flip tables in fourth and fifth grade instead of the two wavy tables.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, now that we're talking wavy and I'm looking more at the picture, the table goes like this, with a child sitting at the high end, or two children on each side, and children on the low end. Is this conducive to the? No, it's still a flat table. It's still a flat, oh, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's a flat
doesn't
table,
look
it waves
that
on
way.
the
on the sides.
Okay,
Because-
thank you.
yes.
So one kid is sitting forward a little bit, and the other kid is
Okay.
sitting back a little bit.
Got
on
it.
other
From the
side.
picture, it looks like it goes like this,
No.
and I was going to say, so when you pull your crayons out, they're going to go. Okay.
Very wicked game.
Yes, it would be.
That would be fun.
Okay, thank
The
you
kids would
very
have fun
much.
with the destruction. And another thing is the tables do fit together, so those two semi-rounds that have a little curved edge, you can put two wave tables together and then a semi-round and a semi-round on the outside, so you could have a big group at that
Okay.
if you wanted to do that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, we definitely didn't get into quite that level of detail in the operations meeting.
If you're going to put the detail in there, I'm going to
All
look
right,
at it.
I'm going to defer to them to figure all that out.
Okay.
but- Okay.
Okay, and before we continue, I was looking on my computer here to pull the motion up. I know Bianchini seconded, right? Got it. I didn't know who made the motion. Ronstadt, Bianchini. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Mrs. Johnson, could you please call roll?
Yes. Fisterer,
Yes.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
Camardo.
Yes.
I vote yes. Bianchini
Yes.
and Ronstadt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next up is the Indian Grove roof bid. This is both information and action item.
Yep, so this is the roof bid. This is the roof bid. I think it came in under the budget item considerably. So Lyndall, go ahead. Yeah, please talk about the roof bid.
Okay, so the next.
It's a new roof.
It's a new roof. The next phase of our infrastructure project is a new roof at Indian Grove School this coming summer. The bids for the projects were received on February 15th, 2024. It includes a new parapet, which is the outside part of the roof that hides all the insulation, and the new roof itself, plus some curbs and mechanical and electrical work for our new HVAC system. The new roof will have a 30-year warranty, which is warranted by the manufacturer. And we are recommending the low bid on the general trades was RB Construction at $715,000. And the low bid on the roofing was Adler at $2,656,270, which was considerably less. That's a total of $3,371,270, and we had projected it at close to $4.2 million. The project will start on February 28th and be completed by August 9th, weather permitting.
February.
I said May 28th. I said February, yes, May 28th, and completed on August 9th. So we are recommending that you approve those bids, and the funding will come from the capital project fund.
So again, just to be clear on the financial side of things, what we have actually approved to, or not approved, but been on a track, I guess would be a better way to say it, or forecasting or anticipating this cost to come in at that 4.17. It is coming in at 3.3, or a savings of about 800,000, and that's the kind of numbers that we're going to work on to just track that stuff so we can, as a board, have a better idea of what we're anticipating and what we're actually doing.
Okay, let me get a motion and a second to approve the two bid packages for the Indian Grove roof at a cost of bid number 1, General Trades RB Construction, $715,000, and bid number 2, roofing, which is Adler Roofing and Sheet Metal, which is $2,656,270. Moved by Grimpy,
Second.
second by Ronstadt. Any comments or questions?
Question.
Yes.
Is this the same roofing company that did Euclid?
The general trades company is the same. The actual roofing company is different.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Johnson, could you please call roll?
Sure. Grimpy,
Yes.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
I vote yes. Camardo,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
Fisterer,
Yes.
and Bianchini.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next up is the Indian Grove Construction Manager. This is both information and action item. Who wants it? You or Lyndall?
I mean, it's the construction manager. This person will have the oversight on the construction for the roofing, and with that, I'll turn that over to Lyndall.
Okay. We are recommending that we continue with Nicholas Construction as a construction manager for this roofing project. They charge a fee of 4%, which will be $134,851. Insurance is 0.69%, $23,262. Fixed general conditions covers the on-site project superintendents and managers, and that is a cost of $144,500. Nicholas, on each project, gives us a $10,000 deduction for a commitment they made when we had QZAB loans. So the total is $292,613, and we're also recommending a budget for reimbursable expenses of $50,000. That we only pay what we actually use. The Euclid roof, at least to date, is about $23,000 rather than the 50.
Okay, let me entertain a motion and a second to approve the Indian Grove Roof Construction Manager compensation with Nicholas and Associates, Inc. at a cost of $292,613.
Motion.
Second?
Motion by Ronstadt, second by Bianchini. Any comments or questions?
Lightheartedly, but they guarantee no rain, right? Just kidding.
That's why Dave's not here.
Well, I do think it's important to note that this is, even though it's presented with hours and rates and stuff, it's fixed bid, basically, unless there's a large variance in which they then come to the administrators for approval for any modifications to that agreement.
Great point. Any other comments or questions?
Well, and I think the nice thing is because it came in so much lower, since we're looking at the construction, that management fee as a percentage, I was like, nice job on the roof being cheaper, so these are cheaper too.
That would be correct.
More data for maybe our graphs, right?
No doubt. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Johnson, please call roll.
Pfisterer,
Yes.
Bianchini,
Yes?
Friedland,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
I vote yes. Grimpy
Yes.
and Ronstadt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next up is the Indian Grove Infrastructure Cost Estimate. This is just an information item. Lyndall, this is all you.
Okay, so there is a nice spreadsheet in your packet of both Euclid and Indian Grove. And for Euclid, it includes the bids that we've bid, everything on that project. It includes what we've agreed to on the construction manager, the architect fees. There are some other costs that we incur as we go along, which close to $1 million. That included that installation for the furniture. It includes asbestos costs, some moving costs. And then you've approved the technology, and you've just approved the furniture, so the total cost for that project are $21,052,000. There is a column there that shows what we've actually spent to date. We're up to $5.2 million. On Indian Grove, we have basically when we did the bids at Euclid, I estimated that the cost at Indian Grove would be the same plus 10.25%. We are now at the point that we have our construction documents are 50% complete, so Nicholas has estimated based on that what they think the costs will be. That's the second column. The roof would be the actual roofing bid. Everything else on the construction is an estimate. We are currently under that estimate. As I said, there is a design contingency in there too, because there's a lot of things not known yet. A lot of the fine details that can make a difference on the cost are still being worked out. We have estimated the construction manager fees, the architect fees, those other soft costs I was talking about, and assumed technology and furniture will be the same. We will start looking at those costs here soon. We already have a quote on the furniture, but we're going to look at it in much more detail as soon as we finalize the Euclid cost. And then there's a column, these are the expenses we proposed for you to approve today, and the fourth column is what we've actually spent to date, which is primarily just the architect fees.
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, and I did put at the bottom two alternates. One is the base bid does not include redoing the floors like we're planning to do at Euclid, so there's an alternate of $300,000 to do that. And also, Indian Grove does not have lockers, so there's an alternate to add lockers to Indian Grove. The total cost, even with those two alternates, is still a little bit less than what we had projected back in October.
Thank you. Go ahead, Donna.
I'm confused. The flooring alternate, 300,000, you're saying that we're going to rip out the univents at Indian Grove and just patch in? At Euclid, we're redoing the floors in the classrooms.
We're bidding it as an alternate to be the same as we're doing it in Euclid. We can add it to the base bid if that seems to be the best thing to do.
Personally, I mean, when we were doing the Euclid bids, this board kind of said it's going to look junky to have patches around the room do all the flooring. Okay, did we do an alternate with Euclid?
We did, yes.
Oh, we did.
And
Okay.
then you approved the alternate.
Okay, got it. Okay.
But I do think there's a certain assumption that we would do the floors unless there was a
I mean,
major budgetary
yeah.
concern.
The less alternates we have, the easier it is to bid it.
Okay. Gotcha, okay.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Jeff, did you have one?
I like this. It's good sheet.
Anybody else? Yes.
Yeah, I just have, it kind of goes with the construction, because I'm seeing we're moving on to another topic. I could not attend the meeting where we did a presentation to the Euclid parents if they wanted to come. And I wasn't on Zoom or, online. So I watched it the next day, and I've been meaning to ask 2 questions. And the one is, it says on the presentation that we are going to patch the small gym floor. And I wanted to know why we're not doing the entire gym floor, like we're doing all the other floors in Euclid. Why are we not? The presentation, it says we are going to patch the small gym. And then my other question is, the special ed rooms have a different layout. I understood that. But I wanted to know, why are they having a different layout? Why are they having their teaching wall or their carpet or whatever that half circle was? Why are they facing the hallway and everybody else is facing the back of the classroom? I mean, it was called out, and I was sitting there looking at it going, I don't understand why. It says that the special ed classrooms are the only 2 classrooms, the 2 classrooms that have a different layout. And I saw it and I understood it, but I don't know why they have a different layout.
I'm just thinking back, Donna, and I cannot recall specifically
Yeah,
that
so-
conversation, and I'll double check on the gym.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound familiar either, but I'll write those down and get them to you.
It calls it right out on the presentation.
Yeah.
The small gym is just going to be patched. And I was like, why? Okay.
Cafeteria?
Yes, the
Okay,
cafeteria.
okay.
Unless they don't want it to be messy and destroyed like Robert was alluding to.
Yep.
Okay.
And not to sound silly, like it already has some patching, so maybe it would have just blended in, like it kind of already has a couple
I don't know.
along the edge.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No, I was going to say at the Operations Committee, I championed Donna's efforts to not reduce the number of girls' toilets outside the lunchroom at Indian Grove. Just mentioning that for the rest of the board, so you know. Okay, next up is Renew American School Microgrid Grant. This is also an information item only.
I do want to say something before we jump on this, that the Operations Committee's been, kind of hearing some ideas, and, there's been a passion of Lindell's here, and, there's been not much of an appetite for spending more money. So unbelievably, this somehow is free and saves us money, which has been asked a dozen times by Jody and by the committee, and I'm excited to see this get discussed here. So it's both cool and free and saves money. Unbelievable.
The best kind of project. Okay, so I have been telling the board about this microgrid grant. We're part of this consortium with 15 or 16 other school districts. We're currently awarded $1,072,000. The total grant is $15 million. The grant itself covers solar arrays, battery storage, bidirectional vehicle-to-grid bus chargers, electric school buses, and mechanical switchgears. The reason for it is to provide energy resilience and savings and emergency services, health benefits to kids and the staff in the community, and to reduce the carbon footprint. We already have an electric bus and a vehicle-to-grid charger. We don't have any more room at at our facilities to do that. So we are proposing that we go with the parts of the grants that are the battery, the microgrid controller, the switchgear. It'll cover architect and engineering fees, and we will be able to put solar at Euclid School for free, and probably help us to pay for some solar at Indian Grove as well from that grant. Because we're working on this construction, we may want to make sure that we're doing everything we need to incorporate these pieces. We are recommending that we go and pursue this immediately, so that we'll have everything we need for the construction this summer, which means we would issue a solar RFP this month. We'll getting final pricing on the various components. The battery and microgrid has already been bid out, and the winner was Fortress Power. So that part, we know what the costs are, but it's the installation and where do we put it, how do we get the electricity in and out that we need to work on from there, and then bring it back to the board to review at the first May meeting and approve at the second May meeting, so that we can do any construction that we need this summer. And we're looking at possible installation in the fall. We have looked at it. It is not, doing the solar on the roof doesn't really disrupt class, so we would probably look at doing it once school is out and the battery goes out in the grass somewhere. And the project will be completed hopefully by the end of December. So there's a budget that we've estimated on what all these things are going to cost. As I said, we do know the cost of the battery and microgrid, which is $250,000. When it comes to the solar itself, for the solar, we are able to fund quite a bit of it with, there's a 30% federal investment tax credit, there's a ComEd rebate, and then for upfront costs, we would put about $440,000 from this grant towards that. But then we are saving after the first year. We're still saving, getting money back from SREX, which is some kind of credit we get for doing solar, and then also our energy savings, which will be about $40,000 a year. It covers about 71% of what we'll need to use at Euclid after we do all the renovations and make the system all energy efficient. So there was another little spreadsheet in here showing what we needed to invest, what we're getting back for it, so that the full cost is pretty much zero. And then the energy savings over the 30 years, which is how long solar panels should last, is about $1,260,000. As we say, we get the credit from the SREX. Future expenses, the battery itself should last 10 to 15 years, so we'll have to replace it once. We're anticipating possibly $1,000 a year for solar maintenance, and we'll need to replace the inverters. They last 10 to 15 years. So net savings over 30 years is $1.2 million.
Any comments or questions? Go ahead, Louis.
I think you may have already said it, but I just didn't follow along quick enough. So walking through above the blue line,
Yeah.
so we're getting the grant for just over $1 million, $1,072,000, and that, so we're using only $689 of that grant in year one. So is that residual amount that's not being used, is that what you
That's what
plan
I'm
to carry
thinking,
forward
yeah,
to?
to Indian Grove for solar panels.
So is there a timeline stipulation on how quickly we need to spend that, like within a year or?
Usually they're
it's-
about 3 years, so it should work well with our Indian Grove project. And we are still waiting, the DOE is finalizing all of their paperwork and everything, which is supposed to be happening this month or next month, so we would not actually start construction on this until they finalize all their approvals.
Yeah, okay, so we still have that grant even until, if it takes another year to
Yeah,
finalize
yes,
approvals, that's
yes,
not going to get
yes,
revoked?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And there's one thing that could change that Lyndall brought up at the meeting, at the Operations Committee meeting. If any of the other schools that are in for this grant drop out for whatever reason, then our amount, the remaining schools' amount would increase. So that's obviously a plus. The other thing that we discussed was this is not like the grant we got at Prairie Trails where we had to show our energy savings to qualify for it. We just qualify for it based off of the scope of the projects. Correct?
Correct.
Just wanted to reiterate that.
Would-
So-
If there was a bigger pool of money available, would that change the scope of the project?
No,
Did
I
you-
think we would just use it for solar panels at Indian Grove. Well, that would
Okay.
be my recommendation. Because I think once, if we do the same system there, getting the solar panels will pay for the electricity.
Okay.
Any other questions? Donna, go ahead.
I also attended the meeting, and I would like to know the credit coming from the federal government, when do we see that? A year after we've had them, or is it immediate, or is it 5 years?
Probably but within a year. I listened to a webinar on tax credits today. We can file, we have to determine if we want to file in a calendar year or a fiscal year. And then, it's an actual tax form. And once we do that, then it can probably take about 6 months. And we have 4.5 months after the end of our year to file it.
Okay, and what about the ComEd rebate? When do we see that?
That one, I think we get a little quicker.
Okay, so it's within a year.
Yeah, within a year. Within a year, we should have all the rebates.
Okay,
Other than the SRECs are over 7 years.
okay. And I'm looking at the blue line stuff also. I'm looking at the very first, the solar panel savings over 30 years. Our roof is warranted for 25 years.
30 years.
Okay, 30 years. I thought it said 25, but okay, 30 years. But you will need to, as we all know, a roof doesn't automatically degrade at year 30. So maybe 5 years before we're going to need to replace solar panels, the roof will be degrading 5 years during it. Your roof is degrading the entire time. I mean, even on your house. You don't wait until the roof is totally degraded to replace it. So I would think that we would kind of want to look at what the energy costs savings are comparing 25 to 25. You can keep it at 30 if you want, but I want you to be aware that at 25 years, you're probably going to be replacing the roof and the panels. And as you all know, I have longevity on the board, and I was here when the carpeting was put in the very first time, and I was told it was going to last 25 years. At 15 years, we were ripping it up. And then what we put down, I was told, is going to last 25 years. And after 20 years, we're ripping it up. So just be aware that your roof is going to be in that same time frame, okay? And then my big question is, well, no, not my big question, little question, are these the same solar panels that were put on Prairie Trails?
They will be very similar. We will have an RFP with all the specifications on them.
Do we put the same specifications and then a different company, just like the roof?
Yes.
Just like the roof at
Yes,
Euclid?
yes. We'll have we'll have an RFP for this roof, and any company that wants to can. It's an RFP, not an actual bid, because it's a technology
Yeah, I
product,
get
but
it.
any company that wants to give us a quote will be able to
Okay.
do that.
Yeah.
And then here's my big question. The microgrid. So why are we putting a microgrid at Euclid? Are we going to do one at Indian Grove and one at Trails when the time comes? And why didn't we do one at Prairie Trails?
I think the main driver is the grant specifications here.
Yeah, I realize that, but it's costing us money. If we didn't have a microgrid, we could just put the solar panels up like we did at Prairie Trails.
Well, I think
Yes?
this grant is, I don't know if there was a grant just available for solar panels only, but this grant specifically was for microgrid. So to qualify for the grant, you needed both the battery storage and the solar generation.
Okay. So then the second part of that question is, are we going to have a microgrid at Indian Grove and one at
I
the
think-
middle school?
I think, again, the funding will likely dictate that. I don't know. I don't think the committee knows, or we're kind of taking it one school at a time, just as, to some degree, you would the HVAC system, or, I mean, you want some commonalities there. I mean, there's certainly some commonalities, but I think that you've got, I think the
Am I
grant's
also-
driving this.
Am I also correct in recalling that we discussed that Euclid was the best option?
Yes.
For that system, and to where that microgrid was based on the space, based on the way the sun, everything, the attributes at the building at Euclid made it the most appealing for
Correct.
that.
Correct.
That specific.
I mean, Donna, I think the best answer too is we see how this goes, and I would foresee something similar coming back to the operations committee. If we have future rebates, which I would guess that these kinds of things would continue to come out. I mean, we're saving $1 million, but that, I could see that coming back to operations. Do we want to invest in another microgrid? Here are the benefits, here's the pros, here's the cons, and then we kind of go from there.
Okay. Now, what if we decide, hey, we don't like this microgrid, we don't like this, we don't want it?
We're not going to put water on it, that's for sure.
Well, that's for sure, yes. Because again, I went on the internet and read all about them and researched them, and you don't need a microgrid to have solar panels.
No, you do not.
And the only reason we're doing it is because you, a wonderful grant writer, found the grant.
The Department of Energy has a large pot of money for Renew American Schools, and they were looking for innovative projects that would help with energy resilience and reducing the carbon footprint. So there's a superintendent that actually, he's in a small rural town, their power goes out a lot, they really need the resiliency. So he put this together, and it's the Department of Energy is looking to see if this is something that can be duplicated and used again. So we're kind of an experiment for the department. I mean, the microgrid part. But I mean, the fortunate part of it, it also pays for our solar panels. So, we're being part of, and it gives us some resiliency. Is that the battery can run for a while, so school can run for a little while. Another thing we can do with it is we can pay pay, or we can get energy, when we have to get energy from ComEd, we can get it at the lower prices, and we can give it back to them at the peak prices, so we can save a little bit more in the electricity costs too. Well, it's what we get out of that. And we get recognition with the Department of Energy, and
Oh, yes, I know.
Two.
We've got lots of awards, lots of awards. Okay, is this going to be on the consent agenda next time?
no, it will be, the schedule is that we will bring it back in May for review with all the pricing that we've gotten from the RFP, yeah, an RFP, and then we're getting quotes on what it's going to take to install the microgrids. We have to put some more concrete in at Euclid. There's some other costs like that. What our architect and engineering fees are on it.
Yeah,
We'll come back with all of that information.
Yeah,
And then
so we-
ask for approval in May.
So, yes, because there was no planned spend, there was no action item
Correct.
here. But to that point, now we're putting in motion, here are some things to produce that quote to then approve.
Yeah.
And what I will say is, on the construction timeline, I remember seeing that this would come up at the May
Yes,
20th meeting?
yes.
And it's going to be a board meeting to vote on this?
Yes, but it will also be reviewed on the May 7th meeting and probably go to an operations committee meeting.
Okay, so I will say right now, I'm not going to be at the May 20th meeting. I'll be on vacation, and I would be voting no. So I'm just letting you know and the public know, I don't think we need a microgrid.
I think with any technology, there's always like good and bad, right? Like I appreciate that we have this bid because we put in the investment at Prairie Trails, and then we get the bus, and it's like, because we've made these investments, then we get looped in with this community of schools that are also making these investments, and opportunities present themselves to us to give us free things. So I appreciate the creativity and all of the tech and research and conversations that go into collaborating on these creative ways to get money. So thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, I need to resonate that. I think that just the creativity as well as the functionality of these discussions, because I feel the operations committee really thoroughly looked for something that could have been a cog in the wheel, and I felt that you were extremely prepared and extremely proactive in ensuring that this is something that's going to benefit the district long term. So I appreciate that.
Anybody else? Okay. Moving on. These are still committee reports. NSSEO. You're almost done, Robert. Then you can take a
Yeah,
break.
no, this is taking over here.
Here you go. Take mine too.
Okay, no, I'm good. Yeah, NSSEO, chugging along here. We got Dr. Schnorr's doing a great job in her first year here. We have been pulling together the business managers from the member districts and working on capital planning and just a whole bunch of planning and assessment going on right now, which was really part of the plan of bringing her on board. Yeah, things are going well. I mean, everything's kind of getting out on the table and hopefully come up with some good creative plans and talking about doing a real strategic planning exercise towards the end of this year with results coming in Q1 or so of next year.
Nice. Next up is Wellness Committee. Mrs. Friedland, you are our representative.
I sure am. And I had all my lovely notes written out, and then I left them on the kitchen table. So that's, but anyways, so for the Wellness Committee, I know that when we were honoring our food service staff earlier tonight, we talked about some of the items that were already discussed. So like that HMI grant, the healthy meal incentive was mentioned, and along with, and I did not know about this, and I was so excited when I saw it, which is the hard part about only having this meeting twice a year. That Illinois Harvest of the Month I did not know about that, and I feel silly that I didn't. And I went onto that page, and I was probably on there for like a good 40 minutes, and I was like, oh, look how cute it is. Anyways, but it talks about different facts for local food production, and it was really cool to see how we were trying to connect kids with what they're eating and how they're trying to stay healthy. So that was a piece of it too. I think the big takeaway, just correct me if I'm wrong, was for physical or health and physical education, that collective working that they've been doing, as Christy mentioned, to really come to try to find an alignment within the entire district so that everyone is on the same page and trying to find not just continue with student-centered health and physical information, but also to try to connect different activities across the district. So having coordinated school and district-based health and wellness incentives, which sounded really great, and working on that curriculum piece. So I think some of the main pieces were that they're going to try to look into coordinating with the Park District too, to see if Fitness U is something that we could incorporate into any of our reading or math nights. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our Benefits Committee. Mrs. Johnson, you are our representative.
I will let Mrs. Schuster do this because it entails the preliminary rate increases for the health insurance.
Okay, Dr. Schuster, you are up then.
Okay. As Mrs. Johnson said, we did get our rate increases for next year, and I actually got our final rate increases, which turned out to be quite a bit less than what they were originally forecasting them at. So our PPO is 5.3%, our HMO will be at 7.8%, and our dental is 6.3%. Both of the PPO and HMO were a little bit below the average, which means we're promoting health and wellness here. That's part of what this committee does. The committee also wants to look at long-term care insurance, so we're trying to get some information on that to bring back to the committee. We get about $20,000 a year because we promote these wellness programs. Our next fun event is a lunch, which is Zach left, but he's organizing April 19th. At our April 8th Institute, we are having two educational sessions on our benefits and two wellness, get out there and be active sessions. Some of the things that we're promoting on the benefit sections include, we have TRS for Tier 1 and TRS for Tier 2. We've got information about 403B and 457 plans, our health insurance benefits, some of the different portals the district has and how to check out your paycheck and what your benefits are and some things like that. Put in your timesheet. We have somebody coming from IMRF. And I believe we have somebody that's going to help do a little nutrition event too. So that will be fun. And then we have a new wellness challenge coming up starting on April 1st.
Okay, and that's it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Next up is Public Relations Committee. That is myself. I am the representative. I've kind of been hounded by the gentleman from the Dogs, the Chicago Dogs, to pick a date. Normally, we have picked a date by now. A little background. I worked with Jody to try to punt this over to the PTCs to see if they want to do a group fundraiser for the district. They like the cost of the tickets for the Dogs game, and obviously for them to have to do a fundraiser, they would have to increase the ticket so that way they could raise funds. So they did not want it to be a fundraiser, so they kind of shuffled it back to the Public Relations Committee. So at this point, we're a little behind the eight ball to pick a date. And now again, this doesn't cost the district any money at all. We just pick a date. We go to the team, they set up the link, and then people can start buying tickets. So I'm proposing the date be May 19th, which is not Mother's Day weekend, but yet still before school gets out. It's kind of cool that the kids get to talk to each other and say, hey, are you going? We got tickets, this and that. So we thought it's an easy way for the kids to help us promote it. And then we just get the digital assets from the dogs and create our, tweets and our Facebook posts and flyers and stuff. So unless anybody has any objections, whether on the committee or on the board, that's the date that I was going to propose. So unless anybody's got any issues with that date, that's what we'll go with. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask something of you when you're done with that.
Oh, okay. And then the other thing that, working with Jody, we also, as a committee, wanted to put together our public relations strategy for next year, whether we continue with brewing with the board or what we want to try to do for next year. So our goal tonight is really just to set a meeting for the Public Relations Committee with Jody so that we can put this in motion, and we're looking for early April. So if you guys could just pull out your calendar real quick and we could hurry up and pick a date for, this is just Public Relations Committee, this is not the whole board. So does anybody have anything they want to throw out? You, yeah, you're on. Yeah. Do you need to be introduced? Oh, yeah, we haven't met since we reorged.
Right, I was going to say.
Well, should we just say the 9th? How's it look for everyone? And if you're on the committee?
Yeah. Kim Lewis and myself. Yeah, Janine, you're off.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. We could set that now. It's Tuesday the 9th we're looking at. What time works for you guys?
The following week.
The 16th? We have a school board meeting. We could also meet before. So we're looking at the 16th at 6 o'clock? Okay. Okay, that is all I have for my update. What was your question?
The question is the PR committee planning on doing something for when the soccer pitch is open, like a ribbon cutting, inviting the mayor and?
Oh, but we certainly can. Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be a
Linda,
great
you
idea.
had an email about maybe doing a preliminary one and then waiting and doing a bigger one. Do you remember the details of that?
Not offhand, and I can't get into my computer, but we were, I think, before the end of school, do something preliminary with like the village, and then have a big opening after the construction's done in the fall.
We knew there was a window of time where construction fences would be going up, and so we didn't want to do a ribbon cutting and then have construction fences around it.
Yeah.
So will it be encompassed by the construction
I think
project during the summer?
they're planning on going around it, not enclosing it, but it's still, there's going to be fences pretty close to it.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
the reason I ask is because it's a grant from the village.
Yes,
So
and
you
we,
want to
you-
include
We're working
them.
with them,
we're
yes.
definitely including
Yeah.
the village on it.
I think
Yes.
they proposed that, or.
Yes, and they
that's
said
how
that
it
that
came
would
up.
work.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of juggling the soccer pitch and the project.
Yeah, and one of the things we're waiting for is the grass it's not seeded yet, so.
Okay.
we're
Around
kind
the
of-
outside
Yeah,
of it.
to actually determine a date, I think we were going to look and see kind of when it grew and what it was looking like before we had everybody trampling over it.
It's not photogenic yet.
Yeah.
Great point, though, and we will absolutely discuss it at the meeting. Okay, next up is the President's Report. Some upcoming events. We've got the Fine Arts Production, March 20th, so tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. We have our board meeting on April 16th, 7 p.m. at Prairie Trails. We've got some district news. Parent-teacher conferences are Friday, the 21st in the evening, and then on the 22nd during the day. Spring break is next week, the 25th through the 29th. And we also have an Institute Day on April 8th, which is no school for our students. So next up is the Superintendent's Report. Dr. Megerly, you have the floor.
Okay, so first thing, just want to re-highlight that Mr. Grimpy and I sat in on the bond hearing, the pre-pricing and the sale that was at the end of February. That was really interesting. The projections were initially over 4%, and they came in right under 4%. and then we close on those tomorrow. Next was, Louis hit on this earlier, the RTEF meeting with the Ed Foundation. And again, just like Louis said, the Ed Foundation is a silent but mighty small group of individuals that help raise money to provide our students with. Their goal is really to provide every student in the district with some type of fine arts performance so that they can be exposed to that. I think as we mentioned earlier, we've seen that we have a musical district, whether it be instrumental music, the musical itself, singers, and, I would argue that it could be early exposure to fine arts and continuous exposure of our kids to fine arts, and the Ed Foundation thoroughly supports that. So, plant sale registration is online, and it opened on Friday the 15th, so you do a pre-order, March 15th through April 8th, and then pick up at the middle school on May 11th.
I have a really quick question about that.
Yep.
Is there any other option outside of, and this is maybe silly, but is there any option outside of PayPal for them to accept payment?
I'm sure they would take cash. And check anything. The PayPal is really just, you mean for the flower sale? Mm-hmm. I think just for the flower sale, that's probably all they're doing, because there's no paper forms for orders to attach your check or cash to.
Okay.
They don't send you. They send you the PayPal bill after you submit your Google form. So if you email them, they probably could drop off a check or cash.
Sorry, this is probably not board related, so I'll talk to you two
Okay.
afterwards.
Okay. Registration for next school year is open, so pre-register and get those registrations completed. We are hosting the proof of residency. Right now, we are focused on April 8th, and I know that it is during the workday for most families. We would like to offer another day after that, but we would like to see how many families we're working with. Again, this is the first time we're bringing this back in a number of years, so we would like to get as many families as we can in terms of turnout. That's when we have most of our manpower, and then we'll set up a date following that if families can't make it.
So on the mailer that you sent out, or that we sent out as a district, when it says that it's starting, that you can start to drop paperwork off after, you can drop paperwork off before the 8th though, correct? Like, that's the way it almost read on the mailer.
On the card?
Yeah, on the blue cards I just got them yesterday. Yesterday?
It's an in-person
Yeah,
event?
I saw the April 8th too, but then there was something about the 15th that, so was that trying to say that we should register before we
Yes.
come in?
Yes, so you'll want to register, update all your information online prior to coming in
With the
for
with
the residency.
Got it, okay.
That's the preferred way of, yeah. Okay. Summer school update, we had a really nice and quick turnaround in terms of the middle school sessions that went out. We had a lot of families jump on board super quickly, and those started filling up right away. And then registration is probably coming to a close for our ESY and our invite-only summer school, and prepping for that. But pretty much fully staffed and ready to go. That will be in June. Such a long list. Okay, one thing that y'all didn't mention in your board communications was the Fuel Up to Play Day. And again, I think just a nice representation of our district, like going really deep in certain areas. And one of those areas is wellness. So a lot of things that you talked about in terms of our wellness committee and things that we talk about and do there. Fuel Up is such an amazing activity, health-based day for middle school students. And Christy Trace puts a lot of time and energy scheduling sessions for the students, and they love it. They have a good old time here. I happen to go to most sessions that offered food, and I don't know, that's just where I ended up. That looked fun. They make ice cream. They were making healthy power snacks in the home ec room. watching demos on machine-picked lettuce in the cafeteria. So it's just, it opens their lens to so much more than I think adolescent in middle school would be exposed to if we didn't host these days. So that was amazing, and I know it's stressful for Chrissy. She invites one of our former students to come back and talk to the kids. I don't know, maybe he's a junior, sophomore, junior by now, but it has been fun watching him progress in his speaking abilities in terms of like just talking to a large group of kids. This year, he was so much more comfortable just speaking, public speaking. And I think, again, he's either a sophomore or junior, but he's a former student of ours that has come back to talk about the impact of Fuel Up to Play on his life. So that was a great time. Next, posting and hiring. So I know we didn't officially approve the staffing plan, but we have other positions that have already been approved due to retirements or resignations that you will see go up. Some of them have already gone up because they were planned retirements. And so some of those positions, more of the resignations will come up tomorrow and this week. You will see a Spanish posting, but that will be due to a resignation, and then we will fill the extra spot if this, goes through in the consent agenda next month for the extra Spanish teacher. And then just a note, we will be starting on the middle school principal search right away. That will be going up tomorrow, and my goal is to try to get somebody here by the April board meeting, and that's a fast turnaround. So, I like to have an ideal plan in my mind, but I know things come up and things don't always work out as planned, but I will be rolling out that process to the middle school staff tomorrow and really screening first week in April, bringing back another second round of candidates that second week in April, so that I have hopefully a candidate to bring to you at the next board meeting.
Real quick on that one, are we planning on doing like the same process where we have students helping with that interview process? Or are we skipping that this time?
When you say same process, which one are you referring to?
I guess it's not same process. No, but just for when Timmons was hired and when Daly was hired, I know that they had students that were involved. I guess it was different for the middle school because of how things worked out the way that, right, yeah, because of COVID and the way that things worked out.
I was going to say, I think that's when Mr. Timmons came on too, but maybe you did for Ms.
Yeah, well, because
Daly.
it happened like right before, like yeah.
I was going to get input from kids, but that certainly can be
oh, no, I was just curious. I'm just asking.
I haven't gotten quite that far yet.
Okay.
But, yeah. And then finally, I just want to, it's not going to be a surprise, but I want to thank Donna for all of her questions over the weekend. I know this is a big board packet. This one was extremely big. And so there were a couple of times you said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. But your questions really do help us help know what we're lacking in sometimes our memos and how we prepare things for you. So don't apologize for asking questions, but know, like, you help us be better for you guys, and I appreciate the thoroughness in the board packet that helps us function better as a team as a whole. So just wanted to mention that, and that's all of my report.
You're trying to steal the spotlight from Robert on all the talking tonight.
I think
Man.
Robert's still
Is that why I'm between you two? Yeah. Okay, next up is FOIA requests. We had two. Thank you, Patty. Future topics. We don't have any listed. Does anybody have any future topics for consideration?
For the strategic plan, when you start to do this, like, we don't have to have that be part of our future topics, do we? Like because the way that we're going to do feedback and how it's going to be arranged and how you're.
No.
Okay, I'm asking.
No,
Well, my plan was to just do research this spring, and then probably in a report of sorts, I would bring some of what I found to you all, and then get your input on what direction you want to go. I mean, a lot of districts pay a lot of money for this, so I think I can propose different directions and get some input this spring to at least get to a place where we can talk more about what next steps would be.
Okay, so we're not, this is not how when we established it the first time, where we're going to go and do a whole lot of research in the community and with the students and everything else.
I think we could. I mean, my research would just be like, here's company X. They could do X, Y, and Z. Here's another company. We could do X, Y, and Z. What is the direction that the board wants to go? And that could be, let's bring all of these companies in and they can pitch what they do, or we can decide to do it in-house, or we can do a hybrid of sorts.
Okay.
I don't know what you did the first time, so.
Well, now Janine was on the
Yeah, I was
committee.
on it, but like, there was, well,
It was done.
right.
It was in-house,
Well,
but I don't know
yeah.
what the pre-work was to get you to that
Christie.
place.
Sorry.
It was all in-house.
Yeah.
There
Did
was no
you, did
company.
you look at any other vendors? You never looked at outside vendors?
No,
I
But
don't even
going
remember
back-
proposing one.
right.
Before Dr. Wagner and before Dane, well, Dr. Deli, we did have a company. And the company, to tell you the truth, didn't give us anything that, you know, and looking back now, the in-house stuff was more tailored for what we need and what you as a superintendent and your admin team see that we need. So, yeah, we can save lots of money by not going with a company.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, because I don't want to get us off, like, I don't want to get off topic and go through, okay. I just wasn't sure if that's something that has to be added here, if it's a new process that we would have to discuss and then approve. I just wasn't sure how it worked, because this is my first time going
No,
through it again.
It wouldn't be a future topic, it's just our
It's just part of our
strategic
local
plan
business.
is about
I
to
mean, our-
expire, so we need
Yeah,
to
I
set
mean,
a
I
new
think it
one.
would probably be
Okay.
an agenda item anywhere,
Sure.
somewhere at some point, anyway.
I do think that at some point, I mean, Dr. Megerly is going to do this research and whatnot and bring back, you know, focus areas and things like that. I think it's very important that we as a board give direction back there and give feedback on what our priorities are. So, you know, just think, be ready for that.
No doubt. I mean, yeah, everybody should, in the meantime, we should review the strategic plan again. If you haven't seen it in a while, you'll make sure you get some eyes on it so that way we can see what we think we're lacking in it and then be able to give that direction to Jody. That's a great point.
I do think that there's a little bit of definition that needs to be had to that strategic plan, because as written, the strategic plan is, I don't know, the way I read it is more of a kind of mission statement and a kind of values statement, not so much a here's our plan and goals for implementation. So, I mean, personally, I'd like to see it go a little bit more in that direction.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
think that's where the,
Nope, I don't disagree with that at all. Okay, anything else for future topics? Okay, hearing none, let me entertain a motion in a second to go into closed session for the purpose of personnel, students, and litigation at 9:20 PM.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Friedland, second by Pfisterer. Could you please call roll?
Bianchini,
Yes.
Ronstadt,
yes.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Pfisterer,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
and I say yes. Motion carries.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll go into closed session.
Okay.
Moved by Friedland,
I'll give it to Camardo, I haven't said his name in a while.
Camardo, and Bronstadt. Oops, sorry, me.
Friedland and Camardo.
Oh, okay. I vote yes. Bianchini? Yes. Fisher? Yes. Friedland? Yes. Camardo?
Yes.
Bronstadt?
Yes.
And Griffey.
Yes.
Adjourned at 11:16.
Not that gavel.
Our next meeting is April 16th, 2024.